Okay, folks, welcome back. It's been a few hours, and let's take a look and see how things turned out. Should be plenty dry after doing the strong tone wash. Kind of hard to say how much is left of this. I feel like I need to get another one, but let's see if I can peel some of this label off and be able to tell how much of this there is. I feel like I didn't have enough for this last one. Okay, there we go. So it's, yeah, we don't have a whole lot left. I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. Okay, so we can see what's left of this particular container, and there's not much. So maybe I will go to the store today and pick up some more of this stuff, because we're gonna need it. It goes a long way, that's for sure. All right, so we got these 3 Shermans. Actually look really good. All we've done is painted them overall black, spray painted them with the primer, and dry brushed the olive drab on it, and then did strong tone over them. So now what we're going to do is we're going to olive drab dry brush again and start bringing them up. So let's move the Shermans out of the way, and the 3 Sherman turrets. And here's the Stewarts. Stewart. And here's the 3 oddballs. All right, so let's grab the brush I used for this. And let's just do it right on here. It's funny how it changes. It was certainly a lot more green when I was applying it. It turned into kind of the color that I wanted. And we're just going to go over this lightly. Because if you go over it heavy, well, why'd you even bother doing it in the first place? And this is the M8, so we're going to go ahead and do the turret as well. And now the M20. Hey man, what's up, Justin? I was waiting for this stuff to dry and decided to come back. I actually got a workout in, believe it or not. I got on the old Peloton and did a live show. Something I should be doing every day. Maybe I'll try doing that. Had plenty of time to do it. Yesterday felt like a Sunday. I don't know why. I don't know what today feels like. It's kind of like a limbo. It's supposed to be 54 degrees out there, but I don't know. My wife's under the weather, and I just kind of have a day to kind of putz around, which don't want to be productive. Otherwise, it's a wasted day. Finishing up your Snotling Blood Bowl team. Can't wait to get it all the way and done with. You got some good players. You got some good honorable players to play with. I heard good things about two people that I know have played Blood Bowl, and they have good things to say about it. Snotlings, that's goblins, right? Or is it like baby goblins? Not up on the D&D lore. I remember when, not the D&D lore, the Games Workshop lore. I remember when Games Workshop Citadel came out with those miniatures way back in the day, and they called goblins, and all their goblins and orcs were all green. And I was used to orcs not being green, but Games Workshop orcs are green. They're green skins. I have no one to play with. You're just doing it to build them as a hobby. Okay. Do you want to find somebody to play with, or? That's a relatively popular game. I don't know. You don't live that far away from civilization. It's not like you live in the Northwest Territories or something. Nunavut, or whatever it's called. I was up in Canada and I was like, when the hell, what's this Nunavut thing? It was always Northwest Territories. I had to look up on it, and then I guess I'm about 24 years too late. They created that province, the Inuit province, back about 24 years ago. Nobody let me know. Let's go ahead and roll into the stewards, the same thing. Well, if you just build them as a hobby, it doesn't really matter how many versions of Blood Bowl they are. You don't have to buy extra books for them, unless you choose to. You're 20 miles away from the nearby town. That's nothing. Or you mean you're 21 miles and there's not even a town in? Yeah, I guess that makes a big difference. I'm about 2 miles from the grocery store. Maybe less. Which is a problem parking at. It's very popular. Our local grocery store, the reason we went to before, went to the one because it was easy to get in and out of. This one is not easy to get in and out of. There's not ample parking. And the thing that I really think is weird is Games Workshop lore is their trolls. As I grew up with the trolls, they look like the Ral Partha trolls with a big old corncob looking nose. And these other trolls just look like, big old orcs with warts and long arms. Did I do this one? I did do that one. 23 degrees. Yeah, it is nice weather. Well, I had that all last week. It's pretty blue skies here, almost completely. Got the window open outside. See, will this rotate all the way out? Yeah, I can't make out a whole lot of it. That adds a little bit extra light in the room, so I don't mind. We have a Walmart, Myers, Aldi's, and then Kroger. Kroger hasn't made it down here in the South. I wish they had. These folks at the Publix need some competition. Walmart, I can't say I'm a fan of Walmart. Walmart and the Walmartians. Especially when they killed the 24-hour thing, because at least you could go at some weird hour and avoid most of the folks. Nope. Another thing killed by COVID. Walmart sucks, yep. It was an alright store while the old man was alive. And then you go there, and one thing I didn't know, and I haven't really proven this or not, but my brother claims that the products that they sell there are ones that are exclusive to Walmart. So in other words, if you go and buy a TV there, you can't get that TV model anywhere else other than at Walmart. So they build a lot of substandard stuff just to sell at their stores. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I just don't like everybody that works there is in a bad mood. Everybody that's shopping there is in a bad mood and in disarray. It's just brings me down, Patriot, Happy New Year to you too, man. You're up in Michigan too. Justin's up in Michigan. Two Michiganes. What do you call people from Michigan? Michiganians? I know people from Maine are maniacs. Walmart in Fort Myers open 24 hours. I don't think any Walmarts are left 24 hours here in Florida. COVID was just an excuse to dial things down and make them shittier. Rochester Hills. Rochester Hills, it's not in New York. What do you call people from Michigan? Michiganos. What force ability? Assuming you're talking to me, I just came back from Canada for vacation, and there's a huge store there, and they had historicals. Believe it or not, they had more historicals I had seen in other than a Historicon. It was pretty amazing. And they had some 20mm stuff, so I picked up some US. I picked up only US stuff. I picked up 3 Sherman 76s, 3 M5A1 Stewarts, and an M8 armored car, an M20 armored car, and an M8 gun motor carriage. These 3 are by Rapham in white metal, and the other tanks, the Stewarts and the Shermans, are all Plastic Soldier Company. And that's what we've been working on this week. Michigander. Is there a Michigoose if there's a Michigander? Texan, living in Michigan. Seems like you could do a lot worse than living in Michigan. Compared to Rubicon at all? You mean Rubicon models? I'm jealous of those things. The people that do stuff in that scale, man, they can buy like a Panzer III and it gives them like every version of the Panzer III. You know? But I don't do that scale. But I do a dead scale. This isn't the popular one. Used to be. Yeah, the Rubicon stuff, they become decals and lots of stuff. I was looking at some Rubicon model and I was like, those lucky bastards that do. Yeah, they make all kinds of shit. Michigander. Yeah. Very different than Texas. Well, Texas is its own thing. I think Texas is pretty interesting. I'm not a fan of cowboy boots. I don't think I could live in a place where I was expected to wear them all the time. Now, snow boots was fun. I wore snow boots for a whole week, and I got some that are really, really comfortable. I kind of dreaded going back to not wearing them again. They were that comfortable. You don't own any cowboy boots, and it's not a thing with me. Excellent. I like you already. Nah, you can wear them if you want to. It's just not my thing, you know? I mean, if I'm going to wear cowboy boots, then I'm going to ride a horse into work with a rifle slung on my back. All of a sudden, doesn't sound so bad now. The man makes the boot. The boot don't make a man. I wore combat boots. That's all you needed. Yep. I'm not really a fan of slip-on footwear. I don't even have any dress shoes that are slip-on. One of my pet peeves, and you'll see this all. I don't have to. Ex, I don't have to be exposed to it very often because I don't really watch sports. But these guys that are on these sports shows, and they're wearing a sport coat or even a suit and tie, and then they got damn sneakers on. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? They make dress shoes that are comfortable. Grown ass man wearing sneakers with a suit. What's wrong with you? Your mama dress you? Born in San Antonio, raised in Dallas. Can never leave Michigan. Love the Great Lakes, salt water free. You don't like the salt water, huh? I do. I don't want to live near it though, because it's a bitch and likes to tear everybody's life upside down. So, part where I live in this state pretty much doesn't have any effect on anything. Four seasons. I don't know that we really have fall. I don't like how hot it is at night in the summertime with no breeze. That's pretty much it. I can deal with the heat in the daytime. I just, I hate it when you come home from work and it's 85 degrees at night and you're like, you want to go out to eat? No, fuck it. I want to take a shower. That's what I look forward to when I get home. Taking off my work clothes and getting a shower. bluegrass, huh? How's that different than country music? Then the 30s snowing. And your fan is 20 feet away. Well, I don't have a fan on right now because I'm in this room. I believe in having air circulation. That's the worst thing about staying in a hotel room is I'm used to having a ceiling fan all the time. Look good. I know one person that their favorite tank is a Sherman tank. That's a bit extreme, but I certainly like them. Only because it's an opportunity to make them all look really cool, you know? I'll make them look individual. Hey, Mr. Ben, what's happening? The one person that knows what hat I'm wearing. You remember something? Did I inform Tiny War Games about the new address in case they send over that order? Oh, they already replaced my order and they didn't make it right. I was gonna film a video and I don't want to be that guy that does a bunch of negative videos, but I won't do business with them again. They're either overwhelmed, nefarious, or just really incompetent. You know, maybe the guy has old timers or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's not a guy running the business. I have no idea, but that I won't be ordering from them again. I was lesson learned. Don't ever buy a mat sight unseen. And you'll see them. You'll see them in action once I get my shit together if I play. He ended up sending me a second desert one, so it's the same thing, which I didn't need. He just needed to replace he basically replaced the European one with another one, which wasn't the one I wanted. And it looks fine. And then he sent me another desert one, which there was nothing wrong with the desert one, because it didn't have the print stuff off. But whatever. I'll just call it a draw and move on. And I don't want to make a negative video on them, but like I said, he's either overwhelmed, has old timer's disease, I don't know what's going on there, but I would have gotten one of the ones that had the mouse pad stuff, but if I need to do any ridges, I don't want to have to build the ridge and store it. I want to be able to stick styrofoam stuff underneath it. We went there and it was closed, drove around the barrier. The park ranger said we could, looked up those dunes and said, heck no. Yeah, dunes in Michigan, that's weird. That's weird for outsiders to think about that. Seems like he was trying to pawn off unsold stock. It definitely was an old one that had been sitting in a warehouse. Now, with that said, and I've taken pictures with it, the pattern of the original green one is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's perfect. It matches great with my bases. The problem is it got discolored on those folds. You know, it was folded over probably either too soon after it was printed, or it was in a really hot environment inside like cellophane or something like that. And when you took it out, you know, they bonded together a little bit. And the only reason I got them is because the shipping was free. I didn't want to pay $50 for a mat and $50 for shipping. You know, and I was that company was actually recommended to me by somebody else, who had good things to say about them. But they bought the mouse pad one and they bought it in person. But the print is beautiful. I got nothing bad to say about that. You're doing game maps with Ivan Golyenkov, who does art for several of the map companies. I need a high quality fleece mat. I need to see it in person. I almost pulled the trigger on one of the ones from what's the name of that company? Cigar Box. But I think if I'm going to get one, I'm going to either custom make it, or I just need it bigger. They basically, it's 4x5, 4x6 is the normal size you can get. I'm fine with a 4. I almost need a 4x8. So this house, if I ever get around to gaming, I'll probably do a solo game, and I'm not going to set up a table. I'm just going to play on my island. I have a kitchen island that's 42 inches wide by like 90 inches length. That's freaking perfect, and it's, you know, it's the same height as this. So I mean, I'm just going to cover that and play on that. You know, when the wife isn't around or whatever. You know, if I ever get around to it, it's like perfect. I mean, sure, it's not 4 foot wide; it's 42 inches, but you know, I mean, you can freaking stand on that thing. You don't have to worry about it. Should work good for the desert. But right now, I'm just building shit just to build shit. Hey, I'm just a modeler, you know. All right, so we've got this color. Let's add that dark sand to it. Nope, that's Iraqi sand. That's his cousin. Oh no, don't fall down there. We can't have that kind of chaos. Is it this one? Yep. I really want one of them teddy bear fur things, but that's gonna make that could make a mess. But hey, you never know. I finally solved my my airbrush dilemma, so I feel really empowered. You just gotta stick at things. You can't just have one bad experience and say, I'm done with this. Don't let whatever it is kick your ass. All right, let's go to these white metal things. And we're going to take some of this and some of this Sent me a pic? Okay, I'll check it out after the feed. There's one company that's called, they have a funky name and their mats are incredible. But I feel like I need them to be 8 foot long. Remember, I'm playing in 1-to-1 scale. So in other words, these things are this far away from each other. And that seems, oh, that's kind of stupid. But that's the kind of skirmish stuff I'm doing. No, I'm not a fan of abstract gaming. I don't like abstract math. But for no other reason, the ones that I have, the Tiny War Games stuff, they photograph great. So maybe I'll just use it to photograph things on. Geek Villain are brilliant. Waiting for the double-sided ones to come back in stock. That costs about $150 to commission the art print. Texted him at 1 a.m. local. What I need to do is just use a flat one. Like the ones I have will work. And put stuff on it and see if I like that look or I truly want something that's custom made for it. I'll just have to decide. That's not really a priority. I don't want to get bogged down into those type of details. But we'll see. I'm dead set on my set of rules, but I also don't. I like the idea that nobody plays them. So if something doesn't seem right to them, I can change them, and it's not like, oh, you're not running them right. Well, ask the defunct supplier of the rules. Although that store in Calgary did have had a couple copies of them. They've been sitting there for a while. What I like is taking Google Earth above ground, capture image of real terrain, then I would layer graphic R on top of it. That seems like a good concept. Or like the detail the guys that made the art for a couple of video games that I played. Close Combat and Call to Arms. What the hell is it called? Gates of Hell Ostfront. Which, by the way, they came out with an American one called Liberation. I picked that up the other day. And I played it very little. But I like those games. Just something to give you some inspiration to play. Just something to do. Just something to do on the side. what's the name of those mats that the guy recommended for me? Had the 3D tufts and stuff. I'm not going to get bogged down in all that. Let's get some stuff knocked out. Knock out some more infantry. Well, my goal is if I game, it's going to look as good as the stuff in the Best War Games magazine. Or I'm not interested in gaming, you know. And I can do it. It's not like, oh, I don't have the talent to be able to paint that shit. I can do it. It just takes time. It just takes time and it takes focus to like, okay, I'm not doing 15 millimeter stuff. We're doing World War II stuff. And I'm not doing all theaters. We're just doing this theater. Well, we're doing, Northwest Europe and Russia. Start trying to do everything, you end up getting nothing done. I've been there. It's really unsatisfying. Doesn't work for me. These are going to look a lot better because the mold's a lot better than those Raffam molds. To show you my fold a gap mat Ivan did. Did I ever tell you about that idea that I had? It's just an idea. I'm not going to do anything with it because I just spread myself too thin. But to do some kind of fold a gap scenario, it's set like in 1959. So you got Americans can have, they can have Walker Bulldogs, they can have M47s. I think the M47s were the main battle tank back then. And those M103s, which are just awesome looking. You can have, light, medium, and heavy tanks. Because after that, they just started going they got away from that concept. The Soviets would have T-54s. God, what would they have? The T-62 hadn't come out yet. I think I have T-10s. Some of those Soviet heavy tanks are pretty freaking cool looking. Nice. Yeah, the Chafies. The Stewarts are going to look better just because their mold lines and everything are cleaner. Simon Hall Mortimer Glorium. I'd like to try that one time, but I think I'm past my ancients and medieval phase. It's a lot of the same stuff. So I don't really want to build the forces for both sides. And I don't really want to play a game as a tournament game because something seems stupid. And every game's going to have that. So something just doesn't sit right with me. I can't change it because it's a tournament rule set if I plan on running on tournaments. And they just don't have enough details, so... It's funny, I went to that store and they had so much ancients and medieval stuff. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even look at it. I didn't look at anything. And he had like minifig stuff, which I'm a fan of. Didn't look at them. Like, I'm not buying 15s. We'll go back to them if I go back to them. If not, hey, as long as I'm building something, doesn't really matter. I'm just enjoying all the World War II stuff that there's information on that just didn't exist back when I was doing it. I was reading some comment one time, and there was one guy was saying, well, it was an older war gamer, and he was saying that he'd never played World War II before. And I'm like, where the hell have you been? That's all there was, but for me, prior to DBA and stuff, that's all I played was World War II stuff. These are some cute freaking tanks. They really are. And if you don't consider the Chafee a light tank, which I really don't, it's too heavily armed. These are definitely the best light tanks of the Second World War. You know, Germans run around with, Panzer IIs with 20 millimeter cannons. That's trash compared to this. Just trash. I'm going to need to make another coffee. I'm a bit sluggish. But I don't mind Shermans. Some people think they're ugly. I don't think so. You know what's ugly in the Americans? Well, other than that stupid duck truck, God, that thing's ugly as sin, is the tanker uniform. The U.S. tanker uniform just looks really unprofessional. I don't care how effective it is. I'm talking about the Second World War One. It looks a bit silly. And there's other ones that look silly. It's not like the Italian uniform looks ridiculous. No, I'm actually not a fan of the German one too much. I don't like them short little boots. Look like kids' boots. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. Let me rinse this, get some coffee going, and we're gonna come back. And then, because I'm itching to do some decals on these guys. The decals will definitely be for the stars. Everything else will be hand painted. And I look forward to really making these guys shine because a lot of people say, they're Americans, just and be done. Well, nobody's going to want to play them if they're freaking boring. And all the Shermans I have, I don't think any of them are boring. I happen to like them. But I will be right back in a jiff. All right, it's going to take a few minutes. Get going. Let's see. Got a World War III armed cavalry troop from your birthday. Not enough Bradleys, just a side interest away from your Napoleonics. Did you serve on Bradleys? What do we got left? We got the Shermies to do. Yeah. You get some 75 millimeter gun Shermans. I had 3 of them. I have 3 of them and 2 76s, and I found these. So now we really have more 76s than. I'll see what the proportion is late war, but I came across an article. I really should write these things down when I come across them and where I find them. So if I want to find them later, I can. But it was about the Sherman Firefly, and at the beginning they were attached. There's basically 1 to each troop. So for every 4 tanks, 1 of the tanks was a Firefly. And it said by the end of the war, they were running about 50-50. And on the Sherman 76s, I came across something that was saying that they didn't land at Normandy on the invasion because they didn't want to fool with the difference in ammo, supply problems. I'm like, if you can't deal with supply problems as the Americans, you know the frickin' Germans can't deal with supply problems. But regardless, they didn't start coming in until July. So, Cobra breakthrough, that kind of stuff. Didn't know that. Now, there's just a wealth of information out there. Absolute wealth of information. There's also a wealth of misinformation. You got to be careful. Get things from multiple sources. Some people may have an agenda. Some of us just want to build a realistic force or what have you. But they had these at the store and the price on them was right. They had old pricing on them. Or maybe it's the right pricing, but the chime for the dishwasher. It has such a freaking chime. Like it's the end of the world if they just sit there. Like they're still drying. These are great models. They got a really good detail on them that stands out really nicely. And we are going to load these guys down with a bunch of equipment. Not a bunch, but with some. But we'll do that after they're painted. Give it about another 5 minutes. I go out there and check on the coffee. I got a coffee maker that supposedly makes iced coffee. I don't drink coffee warm. Warm coffee's silly for me. And it makes 1 cup at a time kind of thing. It just doesn't drip over ice. So, you basically get it. And the ice isn't all melted. So I actually managed to have the cup that I had this morning. I didn't put any creamer in it like I used to, and it didn't give me too much acid. That's why I start putting creamer in it. I never got into Napoleonics because of the people that were playing Napoleonics when I was younger were just not any fun to play with. And I don't hate the period, but it's just not my period. I take it you didn't like the Napoleon movie. I could have told you it was going to suck when they cast him. He don't even look like Napoleon. I don't mind him as an actor. I just don't think I wouldn't cast him as Napoleon. I would not have done that. Okay, so now the base color is basically done on all these vehicles. So then I get to do what I call the most fun part. Figure out how I'm going to decorate these jokers. As all I did is basically, that's not really any weathering, that's just some modulation on the color. That's how I do it. Other people have different, more complicated ways of doing it. This one works just fine for me. I found a way somebody was doing it on the internet. Kind of tweaked it a little bit. All right, let's see if the cafe is ready. Should be. All right. Now, what I've stopped doing, and nobody's complained about it, so I'm going to continue doing it, because it certainly makes my life really easy. When you start putting a lot of demands on somebody that's putting on a show, it could burn them out, trust me. So I do like having two cameras, but not having another camera means I don't have to fool with this, and it also allows me to surf with this and not be, oh, there he is. I didn't realize that I could have checked this out. Let's check out that mat you're talking about. Oh, that looks really good. That looks really good. That's a good looking mat. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I actually bought some felt and make them up myself. So, I'm not going to cogitate or worry about it too much. Because then the next thing you know is you worry about that and then you don't get anything done. Let's get a couple things out. Let's take these paints, move them over here. Okay, there's live paint here. So we're going to move that somewhere that hopefully I won't transfer over. This is distracting and potentially still wet. So let's replace this one with another one. Because I don't like to paint on this thing. I'm really anal retentive about that. This thing in this case was very expensive. And then if you do get a little bit of drippings of paint on there, you can use some hand sanitizer and take them off. So that this always looks good if I'm doing some kind of open box reviews or something like that. You know, I mean, these things were like 30 something bucks. I mean, I don't want to cut on this thing. Okay. And invariably something gets on there, you get a little splatter of something, but I'll try to do the best that I can with it. I think it's fine with one camera. The only improvement is to remember the delay when you end the streams, it ends up cutting off the last few words you say. Oh, is that right? So give it a pause and then, or just say stupid stuff. I bet if I said something really controversial, everybody would hear it. How about I just speak my mind like I always have been? I could get more subscribers if I was kissing ass, but I just like being myself. All right, let's get what my US decals are. You upset that I haven't done Brits yet? I will. They're coming. I will get to the desert. The British in the desert are awesome. I freaking love those things. Those are great. All right, let's see what we got here for the Amerikaners. All right, we don't care about the yellow stars. Peddinghaus. I'm going to try to avoid using these guys because I use these on some of my original Shermans, and when I got them, I was not aware of that it's all one decal. Okay? And what I mean by that is you have to individually cut out the stars and stuff. And the problem with it is that these are really, really thick. So you end up having like a square or something like that. And if you look at it at the right angle, you can actually tell, even if you use microsol. So I'm not happy with these things. So I'm going to try to avoid them. Okay. The microscale ones are really nice. Microscale stuff is really, I didn't realize it actually gave me like letters. Well, you can just go hog wild with that crap. Made the USA. Wow, amazing. And they even give you the weight things. 30 is the one for the Sherman. I may or may not put those on there. I'm not going to do Armored Division writings on them because just like the Germans, I don't have specific units. Although I did do some Panzer IVs that were in for the 2nd Panzer with the Trident. But here's my rules, and I'm not going to break them unless I break them. Skylab, holy smokes, midday Tony, how can you catch live? There you go. Midday, yeah, it's before lunch for you. It's just about lunchtime. Of course, my lunchtime's 11, so. Have some individual letters on here. I'm not going to try to put them together. I may use these USAs and then hand paint a number and then dry brush over it so it looks all dusty. That's exhausting, trying to put all those things together. But we got some nice stars. I happen to like the stars that have a circle on them, but I use both kinds. Yeah, it looks like the ones that don't have a circle are actually the exception here. Okay, so we got a nice assortment there. Those are from Microscale, and then these are from Decal Details. I don't even know if they're still in business. From Michigan. Go knock on their door. Beacon Enterprises, I-94. Yeah, I-94 is still around. I'm going to cut one of these open and see if I can. Well, I need to find my X-Acto knife that works, first of all. Because my good one got moved over to the other table, and it's hanging out over here now. It's hard to see exactly what. Oh, how about I just look at this and it shows me what it is. Okay, so we got some small stars. Man, they're really hard to make out. Let's take one of these out. Let's take one of these out. See what we got here. These are pretty. I've had these a long time, so hopefully they're not duds. Oh, and there's 2 sheets of them. That's cool. Okay, we got stars that are circular, other circular ones, and the individual ones are really small. Although they might be the right size for some of these armored cars. And then this is the one that came with the 4x4 3/4 ton weapons carrier. Okay. I'm going to leave this non-plugged in. Let's see what Microscale, you got the internet. You don't need this shit. Pedro. They named a Sherman tank Pedro. It just doesn't seem. Black lettering used on sand or light colors. I didn't know that. Okay. We don't have a whole lot of black lettering stuff anyways. Okay, so I'm going to, now that I've kind of wrapped my head around what I have, I'm going to put these guys back and let's look at some illustrations. And we're going to start with the easy stuff first. And the easy stuff is the white metal models. And the reason why they're easy is because there's only one of each. So I don't have to make some massive decisions. Make sure that they all fit amongst there. So I'm going to use my handy dandy phone, which is where I like to do most of my surfing. And I'm going to do a search for, let's do the M20 armored car. I typed it the British way, armored. Hey, it looks better that way. And one thing that is a great resource for, I thought they usually named him after women. I think my grandfather's Chafee was Rita Hayworth. I was about to say, I thought you're British, but you might be Anglo-British. But the British actually use the Chafee as well, just like they use the M5s. Yeah, here's the kit they're making plastic. Italeri makes an M20 armored car, but they're pretty expensive, if I remember correctly. But you can go, for instance, to their site and see what decals they give you for them, just to give you some ideas. But one of the places I love to go to is the user resources at a place called ScaleMates. Okay, and the cool thing about ScaleMates is that for just about every kit, scalemates.com, www.scalemates.com, and for almost every kit, it'll give you it'll tell you what's included in there and the instructions, and Anglo-British, okay. And it's free, so I can go in here and go and irrespective of scale. So for instance, I go M20 armored car, okay, and I'm going to do a search on there, and it'll give me every single kit that's in this database that shows it, regardless of scale. Okay, so sometimes you have like the monogram 1/32 scale. Here's one by Tamiya, one from UPC, and a Tamiya in 48 scale. Plus, any conversion sets that they have. And a lot of this stuff is 1/35 scale centric, but there are some 1/72 scale items or whatever. So you go on here, find the item that you like. It's like, let's say I'm going to take a look at the gold standard for me is Tamiya. So I'm going to go on Tamiya and click on that one. And this is this kit, the 1/35 scale kit. It tells you when it was released, what scale of it, all kinds of stuff on here. And it'll tell you on the markings, they don't do this for all of them, but if somebody actually did the database, Anglo-American even, there you go. It tells you that this one comes with the Free French Army, 5th Armored Division, 2nd Dragoons Regiment, okay, and what paints are used on it. They don't do this for every one of them, but this, here's one for the 2nd Armored Division, Recon Battalion, 1st Platoon, 807 Tank Destroyer Battalion, B Company's 1st Platoon. Okay, so then if you go all the way down here, if it has it, some images also, if somebody submitted some images of it. And I don't know if it has it on here, the actual instructions. There's a little green thing that comes up as instructions. Some in-armor reviews. So basically, you can look for what decals are included with the vehicle. So even though you don't have any, that's a sense of inspiration of what you have on there. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Go for it. Here it is. Instructions, download. So you just click on download. And yeah, we'll use the Samsung for the office here. And whoever submitted this looks like they had a situation that happened on their instructions. Not now. Okay. And you can just go on here and see the instructions in 1/35th scale. And then you can look at, what they have here for decorations. Like they've got a star here on the back, painted. They've got a one on the front. Now both of these are going to be, if you've got to go through that much detail of it, in other words, if it's that rough of a surface, I just assume repaint it. Paint it by hand, which I don't want to do. So this wasn't really useful. And if I see something that's really good, I can just take a screenshot of it and save it on my pictures so I can find it easy. So surfing on my phone for ideas is so much better than surfing on the computer, in my opinion. So being able to not have that second camera is really, really useful. Okay? Also, this camera it's on right now has a lot better resolution on it. This is the one from the computer. All right? The only thing I don't know how to do is zoom it in. So I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I'm just not intelligent enough to do that. I'm a painter, not a computer nerd. So that one, let me see. The Tamiya kit that's in 1/48 scale is much more modern. Came out in 2008. There's also instructions for that one. And sometimes the instructions are full color. Let's see what they have on here. This one's called Tex. Got the serial number on there. So the thing that seems common to all of these is that when they have a star, they have a star that's on the very front of the vehicle, and they have one that's over the engine compartment. Now, if I'm going to do that, I'm probably going to hand paint both. Because by the time I use Microsol and try to get it to set right, and it does or it doesn't, I'm just better off just hand painting it. Especially if it's like over the front like this, and they decided to attach a box to the front like this one has. I might as well just have half of it hidden. And I'm not opposed to painting it. So I'm just taking a look. This is the stuff that happens behind the scenes that you don't even know about. Might as well take a look at all this stuff and just kind of make a decision of what it is that you're going to do. Are those the only ones that they have? Well, here's the M21 by Monogram. I'll take a look at it, but it's from 1976, so it probably has a lot of... Oh, here's a little box on the front. See, this one has a star here on the side of the thing. I like that a little bit better. That one's a little easier to deal with. Let's take a look at what they got here. And then we'll look at real pictures as well. So between all those, you can kind of wrap your head around what you have. This reminds me of something I saw, and I almost took a picture of it yesterday. This is 1/32nd scale. I went to a store here that they have in the States, a fabric store called Joann's Fabrics. And the reason I went there is my daughter has taken up knitting. She's using it as a way to just, if she's watching something on TV or just hanging out, instead of just fidgeting, she's been knitting. And she knitted a scarf for myself and one for my wife and one for herself as well that went on this trip. It's really cool. I really encourage it. I get it. It's a creative thing. So she wanted to go get some more yarn. So she picked up, because she wanted to do a blanket. So I go to Joann's Fabrics, which I don't mind going to because there's lots of stuff for us in the hobby. They have airbrush things and things like that. And they had some model kits there. And they had model kits from a company I'd never heard of before, supposedly made in the USA, a company called Atlantis. And they reminded me a lot of Lindbergh, which I absolutely detested Lindbergh. And the reason I detested Lindbergh is because they have this mentality, not necessarily on all their kits, but on many of their kits, of the scale of their kits is based on the size of the box they're going to put them in. And, you'd have something like a Battleship Missouri, and it was 1/543rd scale. And that's fine to be that scale, but none of the other ships were in that same scale. So if you wanted a battleship, an aircraft carrier, and a destroyer, they were in 3 different scales. So it didn't make any sense for me, and it was also a weird ass number, 543. It's just dumb, But Lindbergh was notorious for that. So I go in and I look at these 2 models that they have, both by Atlantis. One of them is the Battleship Missouri, Battleship Missouri, and the other one was the Forrest Sherman class destroyer. And the Battleship Missouri was like 540th scale or something like that. And the destroyer was like 284th or something just really weird that didn't go together. And I'm like, who's going to buy that? Like somebody's going to build one ship or whatever. It just seems silly. But anyways, the American model companies way back when were some of the worst ones. I used to work at a hobby store, and it was like they were notorious for doing stuff like that. Not all of them, but Monogram and Revell wasn't really a fan of either one. Now Revell makes some Revell of Germany stuff that's spectacular looking in 1/72nd, but Monogram's just, it's old. This kit's almost as old as I am. Now, with that said, I do want to go back and rebuild some of the models that I had as a kid. Now that I have a clue how to freaking build them. And the first one I ever built, I believe, was a Monogram snap type of the Flying Tigers. So, no instructions, that they don't have anything on here that shows you what decals are on there. So that one's a bust. What else we have here? One here that's by a company called UPC in 1/40th scale. There you go. Just invent your own damn scale. Oh, this is ancient. Look at this thing. This is from 1967. Ancient looking artwork. I'm not even going to open that one up, and there's no instructions to it. What's this azimuth? Something from the 90s. It didn't tell you the exact year. Is there a... It's like a resin kit. That's all I got. So all we know is that basically they either have... They have a round star here, and then one on the back, and that's it. All right, so let's look at some photographic evidence and see if that matches up, or I see something I like better. And then we'll take a picture of it and save it. M20 armored car, and we'll go images. Okay, here's them. Look at all these accoutrements that you can buy for this thing. This is cool. Look at that. That's really neat. But it costs $32. What's the wrong scale? This is for 1/35th scale. But you can really gypsy caravan up the American stuff and give them a lot of personality. I got little things I can add on here, but I'm not going to do it until after it's built. Or you just get bogged down in those minutiae. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Here's one from a video game. I'm not interested in that. Those things tend to be unrealistic. Here's one that apparently somebody has. As a real vehicle. And it's got a star down here. And then also one on the box. There's a hobby. Wargaming World War II in 1:1 scale. Here's one that was attached. One of them, I think this was the Tamiya one that had decals for attached to one of the tank destroyer units, because it's got the tank destroyer with an angry kitty cat there on it, and biting a tank tread, and it has little stars on the back fenders too. That might not be bad to add to it. Of course, they are kind of in a small area there. Here's one with a C2 written on it. Plastic is probably brittle. Yeah. A lot of those old kits just have terrible plastic. Somebody decided to paint the Flames of War one the same. Tex. Here's another one, a company called Aerotech. I don't know what scale this is. So it looks like you got some variations. This one's got one on the little, on the superstructure there, and one down here. This one has a round one on the front and a non-round one on the side. You got some variations on what it is that we're going to do. So, with that said, I don't mind having the star on the back of it, but I'm really leery of putting one back there and having to microsaw the living crap out of it for a week to get it to conform. So if I do that, it's going to be hand painted. The back of the other M8 is the same thing, so you're in the same boat on both of those things. Yeah, here's the top view of it. To put this star back here and all those nooks and crannies on the back of it is it's just gonna create a whole lot of effort for me, which, then you have to weather the star. I don't know that I really want to look at this. Is even worse. Look at this round one. Look at that round one on the back. I don't know that I want to get into that. It's unnecessary, especially when there's other variations. It's not like I love how it looks, and there's other variations of it. Were they made by Ford? I didn't know that. So I think when it's all said and done, most of them do not have a little star here in the superstructure, so I'm probably not going to go in that direction. This is the kind of shit that goes on behind the scenes, but I got to do it anyways because this is literally the next step. So I'm gonna get a clean brush. If I can find one. Am I getting that low on them? I threw a lot of them away. This one's probably overly big. And we're going to paint some of this clear coat where some of these decals could potentially go. And if I paint them somewhere and there's no clear and and one does not go there, it'll disappear after you do the flat coat. Okay, so the places we've noticed where they're at, I'm not going to clear coat back here as I'm not putting a decal through that and spend that much effort putting it on there. I'm going to paint a little bit here and a little bit there in case we put a star on the back. I'm going to put one here in the middle. I'm going to put one here in the superstructure. Middle again here, superstructure. Front of the box. And I could potentially cut one in half and put it there. And that's where we're going to put the, I'll just go ahead and paint this just for good measure, although I'm not going to put one there. Okay? That's where we got the M20s. Let's seal this thing. Let's rinse and dry. Because when I go to do the decals, I'll do the decals on all three of these vehicles at one time. All right. And looks like a mixture of the round ones and the square ones. You know, if we type USA whatever and some kind of fake numberage on there, that's okay too. It looks like they have them all. Yeah, it would all be on this little part here. Okay, so let's take a look at the M8 armored car now. Let's do the same thing with the M8. Okay, so let's go to scale mates. You know what? Let's just skip scale mates. Let's look at M8 armored car. It wasn't that useful. And no, I don't have the Osprey book on them. And we're going to see what the common denominators are. This, of course, has the same problem that it has this box on the front. So if I put anything on the front of there, it's going to be underneath that box. So that's kind of a problem. Here's one from War Thunder. Well, we're not gonna trust War Thunder to put on there. The one common denominator that seems to be pretty common is there's a star on this turret. The star on the turret seems to be fairly common. Now, one site that is actually really, really good, I don't know how accurate they are, is this place called Tank Encyclopedia. Because they have a lot of like full color things that somebody has drawn that are inspirational. C-12, Greyhound of the 3rd Armored Division, Normandy, June 1944. Okay, that one has a C painted up here. Okay, and then the 12 is painted here. What's the name of this one? Cunningham? Cunningham. Okay, it's got the USA here, and it looks like it's got a star on both sides. That one might not be bad to do it like that. Of course, the C and the 12, that's all hand painted. Piece of cake. All right, let's go ahead and grab that image and save it. Oh, and here's that text one, M20 utility car. And then answered my other question is the 50 caliber is not painted at all. It's just all completely in gunmetal color. So let's get all these on here, and I'm going to take a screenshot of it. Okay? And then the M8 howitzer motor carriage. Yes, here's one that's C30. It has a 7 on the front, which is the weight on the yellow. Yeah, here's another picture of the C30. This one's Colbert. $110 horsepower, that's it? These vehicles had a really fast speed on the road. Off-road, it wasn't that great, but they were like 55 miles an hour on the road. Okay, let's look at the M8 howitzer motor carriage, and we'll paint the things on there in a second once we get the howitzer motor carriage. Okay, M8 HMC. Okay, so this one has a star down here at the, once again, Tank Encyclopedia. A bit of an ugly duckling of a vehicle. Well, this one's named Scott. This one has a star in the middle. This one has a star over here. I want to give him some kind of personality. This one has one on the front. Little West Point, that's what this one's called. All right, so let's open this back up. And all this is Pledge 4 Click Care. It's water-based. And it keeps me from having to spray paint the entire friggin' vehicle just for a tiny little area. We're going to put something there. We're going to put that there in case we decide to put the USA stuff on there. Another one there. I'm going to put a spot up here and here in case we put a white star. And then one here at the glacis plate. Okay? And then here, in case I want to do something in the middle, and one here, and the middle of the turret, and the middle of this side of the turret, and this, and this, and over the back. Even though I said I wasn't going to put one there. And back corners there. Like I said, if you don't use that, that can just not be a big deal. All right, let's go look at the Stewarts. That doesn't take a whole lot of time to dry. All right, so let's go to M5A1. This B21. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot to put some here in case I decide to put that USA sticker on there. I don't know if I'm going to. I haven't decided yet. Okay. Okay, B21, of course that B21 type thing, I'll just hand paint that myself. That's the stuff I look forward to. This one has a star in the middle. This one has a star in the middle of the turret. That has the USA numbers down there, okay? Same location. Got one on the turret top. one on the front glacis plate. This one has a round one at the front, and just one with it's not round on the side. Wow, look at this one. This is the yellow one from North Africa. Look at the size of the front star there. Your two M20s have stars on each side of the turret and a large star on the glacis. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to put one on the side of the turret. I may. What's in the... Do I have any German recovery vehicles? Not yet. I do not have any yet. Pledge floor care. This is what I use for my clear coat. It works pretty well. Very handy sight tank encyclopedia. Yeah, it's relatively new. Look at the size of this yellow star on the front. Somebody really doesn't want to get shot at. Okay, so I've looked at enough of those that I've got kind of a fair understanding where I'm going to want to put them on the Stewarts. So, front, and we may not use all these spots. Front glacis plate, okay? The middle here, okay? Back here if we put the USA on there. Same thing here, middle of the tank. There's not a spot here because it's covered, so the star would have to go there. Okay? Middle, back here, glacis, here, back there. Now here we've got a nice area for the star could be on, and one here. Okay? And then the last one, did we get the middle of the thing? Yeah. I don't know that this makes that much of a difference, putting it down before you put the microset, but I've had really good results with it, and I'm just not going to, it's not worth risking it and have some silvering, which is, it's mildly distracting, really. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, I don't think we missed anything. The Shermans. Well, I'm already on this freaking boat. I'm not going to build any of the ones from the 2nd Armored Division. The 2nd Armored Division, which is one of the heavy divisions, when they use some of these in Normandy, they actually have the black spray, and it looks really good. However, they don't have a white star on it. So you're looking at this American tank with this cool camouflage scheme, but doing a gloss coat under the decal. Exactly. Yeah. There's no point in gloss coating the entire vehicle. That's that other step. I have to go out, stop what I'm doing, go in, fire it up. It's not worth it. I don't cut too many corners, so when I do find a corner that's worth cutting, I try to. So we're going to go over here and we're going to do the correct terminology for this confusing tank is an M4A1 76W wet stowage. It's not HVSS. Okay, and we're going to go images. Okay, so here's one from War Thunder, which doesn't mean anything to me. Well, let's see which two I have, because I already have two done, and I certainly don't want to do them the same. And they're going to have stuff that's going to be stuck on them. These are pre-built ones already. This is supposedly the same vehicle, although not exactly the same. The same, but not the same. This one has a split hatch, but it's not drawn like a split hatch. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of confidence that these things are realistic, but hey, they're playing pieces. Okay, so they each have one on the turret. This one has on the side of the hull. This one doesn't have one on the front. This one does. And it's square. So I varied them a little bit. So with that said, Yeah, here you go. Here's the second armor division. Looks beautiful. That's a good looking Sherman. But there's no white star on the side. It's on the top. Oh, this one has it on the turret roof. Okay, so we got some variations here we can do. So where's the USA markings on this one? On this particular vehicle? Because that seems to be pretty consistent. Back here in the back? All right. So here's what we're going to do. And then we should be able to put the decals on the M20. Okay. Back here. Back here. Right in the middle. Right over there. I'm going to put one at the front, at the center of the turret here. Center of the glacis. Center of the tank. Center of the turret. Now it's not going to get all these, but I'm already going to go ahead and gloss coat those spots on all these vehicles because that's the potential places they could be. And none of them, no two will be the same. And that's without adding the stuff on them. I'm not going to add a ton of stuff. Sometimes they have a star in the back of the tank as well. But it gives it some interest. There. Back here. Okay. And same thing with the last one. Up here. Right there. Back here. 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 I think that covers everybody. All right, let's go get a little bit of water. Make sure this is sealed shut. We have to set this in here horizontally, which I'm not a fan of, but that's the container that I got. It was the best of all worlds. And let's make sure the super tweezers are in here. There's one set of tweezers that are better than any of the other ones. And let's get a tiny little flat container and put some water in it, and I'll be right back in a moment. Overkill on the water, and let's grab the micro set. I have micro saw, it's not very useful. I don't know that this gloss coat helps that much, but I've started doing it, and I might as well be consistent with it, so. Let's put the Shermies away. All right, let's grab this. Where's my good tweezers? Let's remove all the things that I'm not working on from in front of me. And then I'm going to do the one that have the least amount of doubt first, and that's this guy. Okay, let's grab our decals. I don't want to use these German decals because they're a pain in the ass. Let's test out these I-94 Enterprise ones to see if they're freaking dead or not. I've had these things a long ass time. Okay. The thing that helps the most is the clear coat on top afterwards, because I'll actually put these in and they'll look like, oh, they're not going to turn out well. And then I clear coat it flat and bam, it's like perfect. Okay, we got some round ones here. And then we've got some stars here as well. These are all the same size? No, these are bigger. All right, and this is hard to see. All right, let's get a new blade on the X-Acto knife, okay? Always got to remind myself, stop being a cheapskate and just throw the damn thing away. Knife, more dangerous than firearms. Well, you know, you're not going to die from this, but you're more likely to get cut by this than handling a firearm, unless you're a lunatic that isn't safe. Okay, man, this is hard to freaking do. Just to see where the hell it begins and ends. Gotta do it this way just to see if I can. Okay, now we can trim that up. But that's the one for the front glacis, which is round. Then we've got one on this side. And I've probably had these decals 20 years. And then the two smaller ones for the turret. Let's just start with that and see where that leads us. All right, now let's put this away with the other decals. Man, I can't see. I literally can't see. It's just so close to the backing color. And unfortunately, I believe these are the decals that are all one piece. So in other words, I think this is all one sheet, which means I'm not going to be happy with the results of this. Let's find out if I'm even going to keep these decals or we're going to go end up in the trash. I probably shouldn't even be using this. right, that's close enough. Now, will that star fit? It will. Let's just put one in. Let's see if the rest of these are even worth fooling with. Because if these are like the ones from the German company, Petting House, they're super, super thick, and they're useless. I mean, you could see the line that gets made from a mile away. So let's just see if this thing's even worth a damn. Let's get our micro set. I didn't mean to leave that other one in there. Let's get our micro set. It smells like vinegar. And just see how it sets. See, can I move this? The first time I've ever seen decals that are all one piece were those Petting House ones. I'd never heard of such a thing. That's strange. It looks like there's almost like one decal on top of the other, but it's just one. Looks okay. I have these. I might as well use them. That doesn't look bad. Although it does look like it's out of register. A little bit. Well, let's just put them on there and see what happens. Okay. Where's this other one? Is this the other star? This is the front one. I almost need like little scissors. I don't think I got scissors that small. Let me go take a look. I am flying blind here. And I got good vision. Let's try this. Hopefully I didn't cut up a little corner of it. While I'm doing that one, let's cut the other one that's about the similar size. Okay, that's the two stars. You could hardly make this stuff out. This doesn't look like it has anything on it. Here's the other one. All right. I actually don't mind this part. Let's see if the little round L one, and I probably used more water than I needed to, but yeah, they're kind of stuttered. They're not super clear. They're out of register a little bit. They're almost like there's a point of the star and there's a point right next to it too. I'm going to just roll with them because it's going to get weathered on top of it. Let's take a little piece of this. Let's move it to the center. The center is important. And let's soak up this extra moisture with that. Okay. Just ahead of that idler wheel, so let's put this one just ahead of that idler wheel. And I'm going to take the two smaller stars, which are here, supposedly. There they are. Where's everybody from? Well, I'm not sure who's on here. 7 folks are on here. You're from Michigan. Cat Roger, God, are you from the UK or Canada? You're one of those two things. Who else is on here? Eric Gray's from North Carolina. I should know my people here. Let's see who's else. Who else is on here? Jeffrey is from Scotland. And Ben is from the part of the UK. It's not Scotland, England. Skylab's from Utah. Well, it's Go For It. I don't know where you're from, Go For It. I want to say you're on Eastern Standard Time. You just show up Standard Time times. Which that's good. That's what I'm likely to be on. Alright, let's pull these things off. Before we do that, let's drop some microset in those little spots. And then we'll clean up all these little pieces of paper and move on to the next vehicle. Yeah, it's going to end up looking fine. It is an ugly duckling of a vehicle. UK, Newcastle. Okay, that's Midlands, right? I don't know if it's Midlands, but it's the middle. Newcastle upon Tyne, the full name of your city. Is Newcastle beer from there? That would make sense. Okay. They're not the best decals. They're going to work because we're going to weather over them, but they definitely have some stutter on them. So I can't recommend them. We got people all over the world here. Yep, that's usually the case. And I haven't seen a Wolfman a couple times. He's definitely in the most exotic location that checks in. He's out in Malaysia. But we frequently have Americans, English, Canadians, Australians. This is mainly, a British hobby. So places where the British Empire decided to get involved in are usually places that do wargaming. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen in other places. It's just very English-centric. Wherever one of the top 5 worst empires in history decided to settle, that's where there was wargaming. Ridiculous. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this. Now, forget that there's going to be a little bit of shine on it because between it being wet, but all of that'll disappear. There's a little bit of this that's overhanging the tracks. I'll cut that down when it's dry with the X-Acto knife. I've had that happen before on other models. But let's go ahead and use these old decals that otherwise are not going to get used for anything. Now, I'm going to get crazy. Northeast England facing the North Sea and Denmark. Northeast England, okay, facing North Sea and Denmark. where it's cold and wet. I don't mind either one of those two, as long as you got, give me some blue skies. Dreary, I don't do dreary. Okay, where's that USA sticker? Decal. Let's put this away. These are not all one piece, right? No. Good. What a pain in the ass that was. I'm going to do the weight thing on this. I don't know what the weight number is on it. That's going to add a little pop of color. I don't mind doing that. Wow, I don't see it on any of these vehicles. Possible to confuse that cup with your brush water. It would be very difficult. This, 24 ounces, I think. Yep, 24 ounces. What's that? More than a pint, less than 2 pints. What's really weird in Canada is you'd look at the menu and they would be like, they serve beer by the 0.4 liter. I'm like, just call it a pint. Jeez. Stop trying so hard. You build mainly 172nd aircraft, preferred German. Do you put the crooked spider on them? When I was a kid, all models came with a crooked spider on them. None of this, we don't show it. I mean, you know. It's part of the decal. We knew they were rat bastards, but that's what was on their planes. Now this one's easy because the USA goes here. And the rest of the number, I'm going to fudge and paint behind it. The one on the other hand, I've got to kind of judge how much space I'm going to give it for an arbitrary number. Oh, I soaked it up and it moved. Oh. Yeah, there is a fair amount of this sticking out past it. And that's just because there we go. All right, so that goes there. Now on this one, I'm gonna do the same thing. I actually like doing this a lot. This is very relaxing. This might be stressful. It might look stressful, but that's about right. All right. So that one's good to go. So these decals worked okay. They worked all right. The worst part about them really was that I can't see what the hell I'm cutting out. Crooked ones go on mine. Yeah, I have a whole set of them. I was doing 1/35 scale stuff. There's a show or a video on YouTube that compares a 109G and a Focke-Wulf, and they're flying actual aircraft. And what they had on the tails, I think it was in England, I could be wrong. What they had on the tails is they had taken, you got the cross and then you've got the ends, and they took the center cross out. So you just have like these 4 little dash marks on it. And I'm like, what's the point? You're still flying a Nazi plane. I don't know. I don't have a problem putting that stuff on my model. I'd be really uneasy about flying in a freaking plane with a swastika on it. Me physically, like now, if I was like there's just something creepy about it, And like I said, they didn't even hunt my people down, but it just doesn't sit well, I don't have a problem doing models. I have no problem playing Germans. I don't, none of that stuff. But I don't want to wear a German shirt with freaking crap on it just because I'm playing Flames of War. I don't want to fly in an actual German aircraft that has a crooked spider on it. And I don't want to be a member of a group on Facebook where they're celebrating a SS veteran. It just doesn't. I mean, there's limits. There's limits to how much, You just finished your snotling team. Awesome. By the way, did you make your snotlings green? Or did you go with one of the other colors? Oh, here it is. It even says Pedro. Well, I don't want to name a freaking tank Pedro. That seems silly. Inappropriate. Let's take a look at the shitty decals. See if we can salvage anything from them. Next weekend, you're going to start your King Tiger tank platoon for Flames of War. I'm not a fan of tigers. And it's mainly because they have that silly organization. You know, they're... I don't know. Okay, I don't think any of these are big enough. Let's try cutting one out. See what I do want to use these decals before they fall apart. Yeah, I don't mind painting the forces. I don't mind playing the forces, but I'm just not going to dress up, you know, like I'm not wearing a communist type shirt. I'm not wearing a Nazi shirt. Sends a wrong message to somebody who might be seeing me, and I'm not a proponent of that stuff. Of rat bastarddom. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell on the internet if people are being honest or not, but there's some guy that claimed to be honest. It was on some model group, and he claimed to not like the look of the Spitfire. Now, I don't believe that such a person exists, and if they do exist, they would be able to have the intelligence to breathe on their own. But supposedly, this person did not like the look of the Spitfire. I mean, it's only the most beautiful aircraft ever. One of them, for sure. Never heard of such a thing. Somebody's just trying to be a contrarian. I don't think it was a peace sign at at all. The crooked cross some Indo-European group had it on war shields. Yeah, I don't know. Was maybe the peaceniks decided to take it over as a symbol. I've got a crooked cross on my Hindu army. It doesn't look the same. It's got the ends that are flared a little bit, but you know. I need to look into this. What was the reason that the Finns also used it? Because the Finns also used it as well, and you know, I don't think the Finns were a proponent of, you know, racial destruction. You know, I don't think that was a thing. Although, you know, there's only one race in Finland, and that's pasty white people. The USS Occult used it because it was a symbol of power. Yeah. Yeah, I can't celebrate some SS dude. Sorry. I mean, it's, you know, it's really, you know, I can see that there was some freaking German veterans that, you know, they didn't follow the mustachioed asshole, and they were stuck in the thing. But I find it really hard to believe that somebody in the SS wasn't a complete rat bastard. You know, I'm going to err on the side that they were. I'm not a fan. I'd play SS. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a, you know, I'm not a fan of building them or anything like that. It just, you know, not my thing. Not my thing. Whoop. This one released when I didn't want it to. Well. Tried to pick up the whole piece of paper and didn't come up with it. Try to salvage this. It's just a bad print job on it. I'm gonna roll with it, and if it pisses me off too much, I'll replace them. But might as well use them on the models that look kind of, anyways. You know. I'll show you what I mean by it. Let's see if I can get close enough. It looks like it's stuttered a little bit. We'll make it work. It won't be that noticeable. It's gonna have some dry brushing on it. My snotleys are painted contrast gut ripper flesh with a soft tone, quick shade washes. Is that green gut ripper? I'm not familiar with the gut ripper. Never built World War I planes yet. I'm a fan of the albatrosses. They look really cool. Definitely prefer the German World War I planes to the Allied ones. Not all of them. I don't think DR1s are a very attractive plane. I'm not a fan of radial engines. There's only a few planes that have radial engines that I like. You know, the Swordfish. Swordfish are a cool plane. I don't necessarily dislike P-47s. They're, you know, they're kind of their own thing. I don't mind them. What other radial engine planes do I like? There's not a whole lot. There's not a big list of them. The Focke-Wulf 190 D9s are beautiful. Is a beautiful. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't call them beautiful. They're wicked looking. It's like a Stuka's not beautiful. A Stuka's just wicked looking. I'll pull this whole fucker off too. Then I guess that's consistent. What other radial engine aircraft I don't mind? Gloucester Gladiators, Swordfish. I'm partial to those British aircraft that had the odds against them and they still prevailed. I got a soft spot for them. Faith, Hope, and Charity, and Swordfish. What did I find out the other day? One of the War Spider, something like that. I didn't know there was a Swordfish float plane. I thought the float planes that the Royal Navy used in the Second World War were Fairey Sea Foxes, and then they switched to the Walrus. I didn't realize that there was actually some Swordfish float planes. I had no idea. Well, learn something new. Hey, I'm here to learn shit. I can't be an expert at everything. What else? Radial engine aircraft that I like. Russian ones, I'm not a fan of the Lavochkin 5s and those things. As a matter of fact, there's not too many Russian aircraft I think are attractive. I mean, you know, the Sturmovik is what it is. I don't think it's an attractive aircraft. I don't think it's an unattractive aircraft. It just is what it is. The Yak 9s are beautiful. PE2s. PE2s are, I like the look of the PE2s. I can't put a star on the back. That's just a nightmare for me. I got weather around it. I'm creating a shitload of work for myself. I'm going to put two other white stars back here, though, and in between the wheels, between the wheel wells. Okay, Skylab man, thanks for stopping by. Look out for those cougars. When I went to Canada, I was floored. It's like, we're out in the wilderness, going on a hike, and I asked them, you guys armed with anything? Oh, we like to carry a bear spray, but it's too cold for it. So what? I mean, what if you encounter some kind of predator? Of course, the problem with a cougar is it's seen you before you've seen it. Just don't be the tastiest person in the group. And the guide says, I said, what if you encounter wolves? You guys are armed or anything? I never really thought about it. How can you not think about it? Maybe it's just us city folk. You get attacked by some predator, I'm going to have a say in it. It may not make a difference, but go down fighting, not going down cowering. A bear you can at least reason with. Just have some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to throw at his ass. He'd rather eat that. Nothing wrong with cougar. Yeah, those problems that are available those problems, those animals that are in the wilderness, is you can't get away from them. They can swim better than you, they climb better than you, and they see better than you, and they smell better than you. Only thing they don't do better than you is reload. Or, drive away in a vehicle. You guys don't have cougars in Michigan. We have them here, supposedly, but I'm not out traipsing in the woods either. I don't want to mess with boar. But snakes, pfft, I ain't worried about no damn snake. So make sure you got long pants and boot on and carrying a stick. You're good. This star looks like it's missing one of the points. Again, probably not an issue. If I don't use these things on this, I'm not going to use them for anything. So I might as well try to use these things that I already have. Okay, and the USA goes up here on these. So let's get us. I hope it's small enough. I think they're all the same size. Thanks, Steve. You know, I could use the better decals, but if I don't use these older decals on this, what am I going to use them on? I might as well just throw them away. So let's give them a shot. I'll dry brush them. They're going to get dry brushed a little bit, and if they still look like trash, then we'll get rid of them. But at least I gave them a fair shot. You know, I bought these probably 20 years ago, maybe even longer. You know. Just made a cup of tea, very English. So I love tea, and I actually like English tea. I just don't like drinking anything hot that's not soup. I just don't. But the taste of it, yeah, I don't like the taste of coffee. I drink it because it's like, get shit done. You know, coffee is like, man, I don't know how I'm going to do this. And then you have a cup of coffee, and you're like, is this all you got for me? Bring it on, you know? It's like cocaine light. I guess. I don't know. So I am a fan of coffee because of the empowerment it delivers, liquid motivation. But I don't drink it because it's hot. It was, see, last week it was somewhere between 15 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not playing your game. I don't know what that other thing is. I guess it was negative centigrade, and I was still drinking an iced coffee, you know. Trying to get your money's worth out of the decals. Yeah, I'm drunking tea too. Well, that's, you gotta add some rum to have some drunking tea. Have I tried iced tea? Of course. It just has less caffeine. Yeah, I got some. I like iced tea. Here's the thing that doesn't make any sense about iced tea. You ready? Or tea in general. That tea stains your teeth more than coffee. Makes no sense. I'm sorry. I'm sure there's some science behind it, but, you know, one is lighter colored than the other one. The one that's darker colored should stain your teeth more. That's what makes sense in my world. I'm not a science guy. I've said it before. I'm not anti-science. It just some science doesn't make sense to a simple person like me. Just like I wouldn't be able to stand to go, and this has happened before, go on a flight that goes from here to Fort Lauderdale to go back north. Like, nope. You should at least be traveling laterally. None of this go south to go north kind of crap. These little guys, even though these models suck, and they really do, are going to end up looking just grand. I know by the time we're done with them. Because I'm just going to give them the attention they deserve. You know, I wouldn't have bought these if they didn't have them in the store. And these are actually, these three vehicles, these three Raffam vehicles are vehicles I've been wanting to get my hands on for a long time. Because they're very useful from a wargaming standpoint, especially a skirmish wargaming standpoint, because they have a lot of weaknesses. They're susceptible to being damaged by small arms fire from the infantry. So it's not like they go on the, you put a Sherman out on the field, and assuming that the Germans don't have any Panzerfaust, it's pretty much impregnable. They can't do anything to it, infantry. I mean, until you close right on top of it, and then maybe you can do some disabling stuff. But it's basically just sits there and just, ruins your freaking day, Yep, we're a nation of brown-toothed tea drinkers. Well, I don't. Is your guys' teeth so bad because of tea or something else? I think it's the water. I think it's the water on your island. Oh man, I do like the taste. I do like the taste of Earl Grey. It tastes wonderful. I want it cold. USA. The sign says USA. And this is very what's the word I'm thinking of? Crude. Very crude model. It's the tannin in the tea. It stains your cups too. If you don't wash them every time, tannin is the antioxidant that is beneficial. I didn't know the tannins were beneficial. Is that why people drink wine? Wine fucks me up. It doesn't. It just. I feel like crap afterwards. I really do. Okay, let's move to the M20. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and it's the quick one. So I'll be right back. Can't do without cuppa. Yeah, I never could understand. You always hear the things of, the the, the desert tankers in the Second World War. The British tankers, they stopped to brew up. Like it's over 100 freaking degrees out. Why would you want to drink hot tea? I can't wait to do my British desert guys. Because I don't get that excited about the Africa Corps. I just don't. I mean, they're cool, but I think the Commonwealth forces are cooler. You got better paint schemes. Although I'm curious to see how I'm going to pull the Germans off. I'm going to paint them gray, and I'm going to dry brush the shit out of them because I don't like the Africa Corps vehicles already in a yellow color. I just don't. I like them. I like the early ones where they just shipped them over in freaking gray, and they just got all freaking dustified. That's how I'm going to pull those off. Even when I'm not painting, not bothered about alcohol, take it or leave it. Yeah, well, let's see. I'm 3 days of not drinking because we drank like every day since Christmas in a row. Just to relax. I mean, you didn't need it. I don't need alcohol. It's just, something you do. My daughter loved the fact that she could drink and she could sit at a bar in Canada at 18 and a half. We make a big stink. Not we. I'm not responsible for that shit, okay? That's not my people. We don't make a big... My parents were really strict about almost everything except alcohol. And I rarely drink. And so... that's kind of how I was raised, and I kind of made a big deal. I kind of not made it a big deal about with my daughter, because then she goes to college, and she didn't have to act like an idiot. Okay, we need some more USA things, but definitely, probably the worst thing about the United States I can think of in a moment is that the puritanical bullshit of drinking age. So again, I'm coming from a standpoint that it's part of our culture, and I don't have any alcoholics in my family, and I mean, I rarely drink. I mean, I really don't. It's not a big part of my life until you tell me I can't have it. You like the Africa Corps symbol? It's a palm tree. Yes, with a crooked spider on it. I prefer the 15th Panzer Division than the 21st. The 21st just looks stupid. It's a D. Like, okay. British units have better symbols, though. Desert Rat and all the other ones. I love that rhino. That rhino's awesome. U.S. Armored Division symbols, lame. Lame. Super lame. Doesn't make me anti-American. I'm not blinded by my nationality. And it was funny. I ran across somebody. There was somebody that was in Canada, and I forget who it was. It was a waitress or something like that. And we were talking about the weather and temperature. And I told her, well, it's normally this degrees. And she basically pulled an American, but in reverse. She basically said, I don't know what the hell Fahrenheit is. And I just laughed. I figured they'd teach them both. What, you don't know what a foot is? Okay, something's 16 inches long, and she's not going to know what that is? I thought it was funny. Do you have 8th Army vehicles in my stash? Not yet. Not yet. I don't want to open up that can of worms. I really don't. Because when I do them, I want to do them for a while. So it's coming. And I basically, the reason I don't have them is because it's been relatively difficult to find the models that I want for them. So for instance, I have a book of scenarios for the early part of the Desert War, which is what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the 42 stuff. Tunisia could be fun, but I'm mainly interested in the up through Crusader. The Crusader's awesome. That is just that is one of the big things to get excited about as far as I'm concerned. Operation Crusader. But so some of the models I'm looking for is an A13 Mark IV. The only way to get an A13 Mark IV is either to get one 3D printed, buy the S model one, and then buy a retrofit kit to it that costs more than the S model. So it becomes really, really costly. From I can't remember what the main manufacturers, but they make one. But you're talking about like $30 for one of them, and I think I need 6 for one of the scenarios, or get them 3D printed. But the problem is the shipping on the 3D printed from you guessed it, the UK, where all toys come from, is just cost prohibitive. So I haven't gotten any of those. I want some Matildas, but the kits for the Matildas are hard to go by. S model makes a 2-pack of them, but they're the wrong version. The Crusaders, I love the way the Crusaders look, but they're not in any of my scenarios. But if I got any of them, the S model ones are pretty affordable, but the top hatch doesn't open. Which that's silly. I don't want everyone with a top hatch open, but I'd like one in each troop. Like 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3. That proportion's okay. Just because I am building them as models, so it gives you a sense of scale when you see a figure in a vehicle. What else? I'm gonna say it again. Not a fan of Valentine's. That doesn't mean I won't build any, but you can get those Plastic Soldier Company Valentines pretty easily. But I really need A13s and A10s, the other ones in a bunch of scenarios. And you've got to kit bash or buy a 3D printed thing for the A10. So I just haven't gotten around to it. I have no infantry for the desert, save the old Africa Corps and Desert Rats Airfix sets. Mine were NPC because Airfix wasn't around in the 1980s in the United States, or at least in the part of the United States that I lived in. Now their molds are the same, but they were marketed under MPC, and they're basically the same figures with better box art for the MPC ones. But that Desert Rats and Africa Corps set is stellar. Whoever made the molds, they're really good. Now the Africa Corps one's a little weird. You got some characters. Their submachine gunner has an MP41, which they didn't make very many of. I don't know why they decided to do that, but at least it's better than their German infantry set that has a make-believe submachine gun that's nothing. You look at the Airfix German, just regular German infantry set. They're a guy with a submachine gunner that's just like, getting ready to hose somebody, get ready to pray and spray, and it's just a make-believe gun, completely. But the Africa Corps set and the Desert Rats set from Airfix is excellent, but that's the only figures I have. And I'm not opposed to painting plastic, but I don't want to spend the 4 hours a figure that I normally do, and then something happened to them because they flake off. So I'm apprehensive, but I don't have any of the infantry for them. But I will get to the desert because it's my second favorite theater. Russia's number 1, and the desert's the second one. I like Russia more because there's more combined arms opportunities. And you get to play the bad guy no matter whether you're playing the Russians or the Germans. I'm going to put a little star up here at the front. You guys convinced me. Nah, we're just taking it one step at a time here. We'll use the little stars for that. And when I say British, I am unfortunately I lumped the Commonwealth in there with them. It just, well, I shouldn't say that. I lump Australia and New Zealand with them. Canada, I never think of. You know, if I'm building Canadian vehicles, I say I'm building Canadian vehicles. But sometimes if I'm building, you know, say the Valentines that were used in Crusader, they were attached to New Zealanders. I might just say, you know, British when I mean, you know, but whatever. That's no disrespect, you know. Will the Russian models be for Kursk? PSC do 8th Army and Africa Corps figures. I'm not a fan of their figures. The ones that come in the tank crews are okay, but their loose figures, no, not tan bueno. You know what I'm saying? I have Russian models for Kursk, but I have Russian models for Barbarossa. I actually prefer Barbarossa. I prefer doing the Russian front when the Germans are gray. But I do both. I just happen to have American stuff, so I'm like, all right, let's get more American stuff. But oh, we're gonna have to cut these things down small. You know what? This isn't gonna work. And the reason why this isn't going to work is because this area is very small and these stars have more of the decal than just the star. And it's going to be really hard to fit it in that space without having a shitload of stuff of it overhanging. So let's go over here where we've got some of these micro scales that are smaller. And these are individual ones. And let's pop 2 of these off and we can put them on there. Pedro. I'm building a freaking tank named Pedro. That's lame. So one of the first scenarios I have that has 813s in it for the desert has a scenario for the 2nd Armor Division before it got sent over to Greece and got obliterated over there. And the 2nd Armor Division has this cool cavalry helmet, armored knight type helmet on there. It looks pretty cool. But supposedly a lot of the tanks in the desert didn't have unit markings on them. Either they were rushed in there or they just didn't put them on there. But mine all will because it's just so freaking colorful. Especially the ones they use in the desert. In Europe, some of the units in Europe are just kind of lame looking, you know? Now, there's exceptions to them, but some of them are just like freaking lame. Especially the Army tank brigades. They got that Diablo symbol. You know, it's basically the 2 triangles. So it looks like an hourglass, basically. That's lame. You guys could do better, you know? You guys could do better. And they did on a lot of the symbols, but I'm not a fan of the Diablo. And I'm going to put a little one front here. Here on that box. I mean, I have 2 Panther Ds. They'll be painted for Kursk. But their objective might be to get across the board without catching fire. We're the Russians. You don't need any Russians. The objective, just get them across the board without them having a fuel malfunction. Figured it'd be easier to not have the paper on there. These are tweezers that I got from my dad probably 30 years ago, maybe even longer than that. And they're made in Switzerland. So the other day I'm like, well, let's see how much another pair of these things cost. They want how much for them? I better make sure I don't lose these. I mean, I know I'm worth a $50 pair of tweezers. I don't spend $50 on a pair of tweezers. Let's just make sure nothing happens to these guys. Okay, 1, 2. There's 3 on that side of it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's almost in the correct spot here. Let's take a little bit of moisture off this. I don't think I'm gonna add anything. Maybe I'll put one from back here at the back. I don't think I'm gonna add something to the side. Because remember, I'm still probably gonna write in yellow writing on that C20 or whatever the hell it is on there. So it's gonna have more stuff to it than just this. I'm gonna fudge these USA numbers. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll figure it out as I go. I'm certainly not using individual decals for each single number. That's a recipe in insanity. That's especially since the numbers aren't loose. That just, I don't have enough time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Appreciate you guys hanging out. as always, it's the best thing you guys can do. Keeps me on task. All right, let's go to Stewart Land. And I don't seal over whatever that is. I just paint away, I'll dry brush over it, and then when we do the final seal, any kind of silvering just completely disappears. Works really well. Well, I already have the M4176 up here. Okay, so this one has a round one in the front, and this one doesn't have one in the front. So one of these Shermans is going to have a star in the front that's not round. And there's lots of examples of them using that. So let's just go ahead and do that right now. Oh, look at this one. This one has one on the roof as well. Okay, never mind. We'll come back to you guys in a second. All right, let's get us a. We don't want to use the shitty decals for these. We want to use the real ones. Okay, so this one's going to be. This is going to be for the front. Is there one that's attached to the edge? Yes. So I'd rather cut one from the edge than all the way. Now these are the individual decals, so we don't have to worry about this extra paper. We can go ahead and just drop that in there. Thank you. And a star on the roof. Well, we don't need the super big one. Oh, and there's one that has a solid one and one that has little splits on it. What's this one? Which one's this one? Solid or splits? Let's visit this page. Looks like it has splits. I don't think I'm going to do one that has one on the turret and on the body. I think it's a little too much. I'm looking at it, it just looks wrong. Sometimes it's my own artistic, so I will do one or the other. So on this one, we'll do one on the turret. And I want this size of the turret one. And just to mix things up, because this has the symbol on the top of the turret, I'm not going to put one on the side of the turret on this particular Sherman. Okay, we're not going to have one here. We're going to have one on the top of the turret, and we're going to have two on the sides here. And I think almost every star on the side is not circular. It's almost always a star. Without the round thing on it. And a lot of times they didn't have any at all. But I like the way it looks. what was the other one on the glacis plate? Okay. This one's been sitting in there a little longer. Let's pull it first. But if I do British vehicles that are not in the desert, they're going to be in Italy. Because in Italy, they did not use the star, it seems like, as an air recognition symbol. They used the little roundel. And I'm not putting a star on a British vehicle. It doesn't look right. And it doesn't have to do with they're not worthy or nothing like that. It just doesn't look right. It looks like you did something wrong. Now, we have that point. Which way is it pointing? Is it pointing out or is it pointing in? Or is it none of the above? Pointing out. So I got it 180 degrees wrong. And that may not be the case in every vehicle, but I've seen an example of it pointing out. Now, one thing I noticed, and I'm noticing this now, is there are several vehicles that have the star, instead of in the middle here, they have it up towards the front. And since this one has it in the middle-ish, I may move this one towards the front. But there's no gloss coat there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to gloss coat it up and then move on to the next tank. All's looking good. Thanks, man. I agree. I think it just takes some time. You know, you can't be like, why is this taking 3 hours? Because quality takes time, man. Don't make any freaking plans. What's the temperature outside? Let's see. So, you know, when I do markings and stuff, I don't just haphazardly put things on there. There's some thought that goes to it, whether you realize it or not. Okay, let's get Mr. Pledge out again. Okay, we're going to sit this guy off to the side. Now this one, you like the tactical turret marker? I don't mind those either. The nicknames are the best part. Look, I think it was on the Flames of War site. They have a set of British Mark 6Bs, and they have the markings all on the back of them, and they just look beautiful. They just look beautiful. That's a stumpy, ugly duckling looking of a tank, but it looks really grand. So can we get away with this size? I can on the rear deck. So we're going to go up a size. We're going to put this decal on the rear deck of this Sherman. Okay, let's go ahead and drop that one in there. Whoops. Come on. Let's not cut ourselves. All right. This one we're going to do 2 stars on the turret, which is this size and this size. And let's not do something like, let's do no glacis plate on this one. Like you say, some of the model were shit you're turning them into. Not shit, but good looking vehicles. You know, there is a challenge, and I've said this when I was doing 15mm figures. There is a huge challenge to taking figures that people don't love anymore. Or that most people don't love anymore. They're not state of the art, whether they're the old Asgard figures or the I would even say Essex. Some Essex figures. Essex aren't bad, but they lack inspiration many times. And just go all in and there's just something satisfying about making these figures that you never see pictures of them well painted on any websites, and just give them their time and glory, you know, because ultimately the people that sculpt these things are real masters. And it's a shame that most of the time you don't know who they are. But, you know, this is easy. I think what I do is ridiculously easy. And they probably think that doing what they do is easy and this difficult. I don't know. But, you know, if it wasn't for the sculptors, you know, we wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff. Patience and skill, well, it's just being able to reproduce it. Not letting this thing kick your ass. And we haven't even added baggage and stuff on there to make these things look unique. Okay, so this one goes on the body. Which way does it face? I'm going to guess star pointing towards the back, but I could be wrong. I think it's towards the front. That'll work. These tweezers are stellar. And no, it won't look that new. We're going to add other stuff to it. All right, where's the side turret markings? What you don't want is you don't want the decal to come off in the water, and then you don't know which side it is. Because I have a feeling that one side won't stick as well as the other one. Whee! Let's see, the point is about there. Let's come a little bit further back, further forward towards the front, if we're going to be consistent. Mm-hmm. Oh! Don't you be moving on me. All right, this is probably dry, so we can get a couple of white stars and put them on the side of the hole on that other one. And that looks like we're going to run out of stars of that size. Well, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. Can I go bigger? Is this bigger? I think it is. Ever so slightly. We'll go with, we're going to save these for a turret. Let's save these for the turret. Let's go the bigger ones for the hole, assuming they are bigger. They look like it. This hobby takes a while. As long as you're steadily making progress, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, we need some 75 millimeter armed Shermans for the Americans. Wish I would have picked up more of those Corgi toys. These are literally just toys, and they're freaking great. And they scale to 1/76, so they're a little smaller. I don't care. Work just fine. You know, they're a little smaller. They're fine. They're plain pieces. But these are die cast. And I think at the time that I bought them, they're only like $5 each. So I got 2 of them. And again, we decaled them differently to give them some personality. Painted them differently. This is the more brown, this is the brown violet color. This is the current color you see there. Just to give them a little bit of variance. And they work just fine. Oh man, I can't pronounce your name, man. Shvi Shnauseri. Thanks for stopping by, man. Okay, which one is this guy right here? This fellow. Put these stars out towards the front. And point that star right towards the middle of that hatch as a point. No, this one's actually towards the center of that latch. All right, so let's scooch this one down a little bit. Let's take a little bit of this. It means gray schnauzers. Slavic Ozerzik. Excellent. I won't be doing any Polish Shermans because the Poles deserve their own freaking vehicles. I'm going to do Poles at 39 Poles. Same reason. If I'm going to do French, they're going to be 1940 French. You forgot to change your name on YouTube. Well, the W is pronounced like a V, I would imagine, right? Svi Schnauseri. Svi Schnauseri. How did I do? Better than most Americans. I know that's not saying a whole lot, but... Okay. That's how these are. Ooh, we got a spot for potentially putting a star there towards the back. Okay, where's the final countdown one? Both of these have big stars on the turret. I'm going to put a circle on the glacis plate on this one. Your pronunciation is very good. Well, I'd do better if I could. I have a clue. Let's put it that way. My dad being an immigrant helps. I do value try to pronounce people's names correctly, if possible. If you decide to use the correct alphabet, I don't care about it. Please use the language that the alphabet that most of the world uses. Please, because I can at least make it out. I don't do well with glyphs. We're in Canada and we met another couple that was from Michigan, from the opposite end of Michigan that Justin's from. And they were Polish. And I had a good time with them. Okay. What are we doing here? We've got... This is a candidate. Let's take a look at something else. Did the Starling Allied vehicle topside serves in Allied recognition? I know they use smoke. Yep, that's what it's from. So British vehicles in Northwest Europe supposedly used them as well. I don't think that all of them had it. So the ones I decided to model didn't have any because I'm not putting any. I'm not putting Guards Armor Division with white stars on them. It just doesn't. It looks out of place. It just really looks out of place. Let's see. Turret seems to be the common location. I'm not going to put any on this turret because I've got 2 with them, 2, 3 with them, and 2 that would not have it. So I like that proportion. Stars on the hull. We have 2 that have it and 2 that don't. So I would rather, this one's going to have it on the hull. And glacis plates, we have 2 that have it, and I haven't decided what I'm going to do on it. So this one's going to have big stars, and we're not going to have them towards the front. We'll have them towards the middle on this one. And I guess we'll use these 2 big ones. Now we've run out of these. It doesn't seem like these round ones were ever used on the side. These are like, for the front of like a half track. And I've got 3 half tracks that are also corgis. And those scale more like 1/72nd scale, but I got 3 of them. Already pre-built. They're literally one piece. They're die-cast toys. That's what my US half tracks will have. I have no trucks for them. So at some point I'll probably get the Studebaker trucks that are made by Pegasus. They make a 2-pack of Studebaker trucks. Probably 2-pack should suffice. That's 4 trucks. So using logic here, this one has stars on the side. This one will too. Doesn't have it on the turret. This one also doesn't have it on the turret. So to make them different, I'm going to do the air recognition symbol not on the turret on here, but on the back. That way none of them are exactly the same. So let's get a round one. And put it on the back. See, there's a method. You could have math, you could have madness, but you got to have method. USA things on these, see, sometimes they're stacked. Sometimes they're one number behind the other. And sometimes they don't even have any. Looks like these are one behind the other. Okay. All right, let's get this stuff right here. I don't remember if I put it on there. When in doubt, add more. Just helps it adhere. It's not the end of the world. I don't know that it's that useful. I have this stuff. I'm going to use it. Let's close this so if we have a situation, it doesn't turn into a bad situation. Just in front, the center line of that center suspension unit. And remember, they're still going to have stuff on them, so that'll make them a little different as well. Okay, that's the Shermans. Let's take a look at the Stewarts, and then we're done with D. Oh, we still have the USA things to do. Well, we'll come back to them. M5A1. What happened here? My phone just died all of a sudden? That's unusual. Did it turn off? Wow, I've never had that happen before, ever. It's a 66%. Wow, I've never had that happen before. I guess it turned itself off somehow. Weird. Technology is great when it works, folks. When it doesn't, wish it was never invented. Well, look at the bright side. I could have had an iPhone and the battery would have lasted 2 years less. Yeah, I didn't get these USA decals until after I'd already done these. Because these are actually the Petting House decals, which are all one big sheet. And if I can see them because I'm looking close, you can tell where the decal literally comes up. It's not that noticeable. I tried to make it hide it as much as I could because it's annoying, but these two turrets are totally different. This one's almost round and flat, and this one's got a funk to it. M5A1 Stewart images. This is huge. Don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. Big star at the front. Okay, so this one with the Cullen, there's one here with the Cullen that has a white star in the front. Of course, it has it up here, not towards the bottom. Well, we're going to move it towards the bottom. Sorry, pal. Let's start off with that. We're going to use this one. You know what? I changed my mind. We're going to use this size one. I've got more use for these little stars on this one than the other one. Because we got to try to sneak a little star in between these two things. So this one will be the one that goes in between the turret. Because you can't put one on the other side. So we'll have one there, we'll have one there, and it's just a matter of whether or not we're going to have one on the sides as well. So we'll start off with this. Although this is the wrong Stewart. It has one of these. And as I built this one as a... So this one has a small one there. And probably a bigger one on this side. Let's see what we got left. No, they got smaller ones as well. There's lots of smaller ones. Okay, the USA, is it stacked on this one? I think this one it is stacked. The USA and the number, yeah, it's stacked. And I might actually not like how that looks by the time I'm done with it. So let's go ahead and cut these two out. Because I'm basically having to make up a number. Oop, don't cut the other one out. I'm basically having to make up a number and just fudge it so you can't read what it is. But at least it'll be some attempt at being there. so let's pick out the wet spots. We got one here. We got one here. We haven't decided on the hole yet. We got the USA one goes up here. We got the other USA one that goes there. This one that goes here on the turret. Okay. So first of all, the one on the front is the big one. What's for dinner tonight? I don't know. Probably leftover sandwiches. I'm cooking, so nothing complicated. One of the things I miss the most about Canada is the food. Man, we ate like kings. It's some fantabulous food. Is it dinner time? Close. I eat at 5-ish. I was thinking of having a McRib, now that you mention it. Big Mac and a McRib. I've never had a McRib before. God, McDonald's is so freaking expensive. I don't know why anybody would go there. Okay, there's the one on the turret. I'm just going to sit this on here for the time being. And let's put the USA ones on here. USA. I look forward to dinner a lot more on the weeknights than on the weekends. Because on the weekends, if I'm home, I can eat whatever time I want. On a weeknight, I can only eat at lunchtime when I get home. So it's a bigger event. Okay. So far, so good. Then with typical logic, one of these other ones, we're going to have a star on the hull, but not one on the turret. Got to mix it up, folks. Got to mix it up. Got to give them some personality. They're super cute tanks. Super cute tanks. Cute. It's not important in war, but it is important if you're building them. Oven beef pot roast. That sounds good, man. I don't think I've ever had pot roast that's been bad. We don't need a whole lot of red meat. We had some amazing food in Canada. We had freaking elk pizza. I mean, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be terrible because I don't like the taste of deer. It was amazing. It was like elk with goat cheese and arugula. And just amazing. The only bad thing I have to say about Canada, I only have one bad thing to say about them. Two bad things. You can't find a freaking gas station, which is, the opposite. I started looking at it here and was like, we really litter the living shit out of our skyline with fucking signs. We really do. We do a really poor job of it. I mean, we just, it is just an eyesore. Not really that noticeable here because there's nothing that pretty to look at, but, maybe that's why they do it over there. It's just very difficult. It's very difficult to find a gas station in Canada, regardless of how expensive it is. And the other thing is those jokers love ketchup, and I like communists more than ketchup. Well, I've never tried eating a communist. That'd be a healthy heart. That'd be a healthy heart. McDonald's sucks. Yeah. It used to be cheap. It used to be it tastes good, be cheap, and bad for you. It's always bad for you. It's always been bad for you. And then it turned into, it was cheap, it didn't taste good, and it was bad for you. And now it's turned into all three. It's not cheap, it doesn't taste good, and it's bad for you. What am I doing? Let's try to pay attention. Start getting excited talking about elk, and I'm like, I can't think. Yeah. Just put them both down and move them around. All right. That's basically even with the third road wheel. Oh, so like right where I have it. Okay. And then this one needs to go a little bit further back. Let's wet this. They're always saying, how can you get people to eat healthier? Well, if you wanted to do that, I'm not in favor of the government mandating anything. They can't even balance a checkbook. Why should they be telling me anything? But if you want to get people to eat healthier, ban drive-through windows. Because most of the time that I eat something that's bad for me, it's because it's easy. It's just like I'm hungry. I want to put something in my mouth and just shut my buddy up. Put something in my buddy's mouth and shut him up. No. This one already comes with a serial number. Well, we're not going to use that because then you got to match it up to something. I don't want the serial number Nazis to come after me. That's the wrong serial number. Okay. Have fun in the basement. Have fun in your mom's basement. Make drive-thrus illegal. Not that I want anything to be made illegal. I'm just saying, that's the culprit right there. It's easy. And a lot of people in this country spend way too much time doing work stuff. The last thing they want to do is do work stuff or think just to put food in their belly. And that's where the problem becomes. You know, I'm guilty of it. Vegetables. We don't eat enough vegetables. Why? They're difficult to get. Not that they, taste bad. Actually, my daughter, she came back from college and she couldn't wait to eat vegetables. So apparently the vegetables they have there in college are terrible. All right, so this Stewie, put the USA back here on it. Love wild game meats. Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't had very many of them. If they all taste like that, I'm in favor of them. But I've never had a good deer. I never have. It tastes too gamey. I don't like lamb. It tastes too gamey. And it's a cute freaking animal. I'd rather not eat a cute animal. Fish, I'm not sympathetic for. Doesn't mean I want to be a vegetarian or, God forbid, a vegan. If you're a vegan, that's cool. I'm sorry, I don't mind if animals get molested. Give me those milk products. I want my cheese, damn it. But if I had to kill my animal, I wouldn't eat meat. If my life depended on it, that's fine. But I have enough of a palate that I could mess up some bread and vegetables. So, I do like meat, but I don't want to know how the sausage is made, if you know what I'm saying. I don't want to see it made. Okay, this is the one that does not have the mount on that side. So this one's only going to be able to get 1 star on the turret, if at all. Do any of these have a star that is circular on the glacis plate? This one does, and it's bigger than Oklahoma. Just ban fast food? I think that would work. This one, but it has a little slots in it. All right, I'm going to commit a sin. I'm going to put this decal not under. It's not a sin. We're doing an experiment. It's for science. We're going to put this decal down in a spot that does not have clear coat. First of all, because that's where I want to put it, and I don't want to wait for the clear coat to dry. And I'll use the science as a excuse to see if it works. I bet it'll be just fine. Mainly because it's a small decal. Okay, this M5A1 over here does not have the ones on the side, the stars on the side. Okay, let's grab the 2 USAs. It's going to need those as well. I hope I don't change my mind and waste all these USA decals and decide not to put serial numbers on them, but we'll see how that pans out. You love lamb. I'll give you all of mine. I just don't like the taste of it. All these that have a yellow number on them don't seem to have that star in the middle. So with that being the case, let's put the stars on that turret for sure. It's rare to find one that doesn't have the stars on the turret. Let's just see what path that leads us down. Okay, let's get the USA ones on here. Like I said, my wife is under the weather. She's basically confined herself to the room. We all managed to stay healthy on the trip, and she got sick, I think, from some coughing person on the frickin' plane. There was some kid that was coughing up a storm, and I think she caught wind. Did I just throw away half the USA thing? I may have done that. Oh. No. Let's see what we got here. I'm just going to cut another one out. If I'm short by one, it's unlikely. One more adversity to overcome. Let's go ahead and move this one around where it needs to be. Star on the glacis plate. And the point goes towards the top. And the 2 stars on the side. Four hours in the middle of the day. I can't think of something better to do than this, though. Don't tell me it's this one. No? Okay. earth do I have this open? Recipe for disaster. I don't think I'm going to put any stars on the side of this one. That'll give me plenty of space to put the yellow numberings that I'm going to do. Okay, now take all these little bits. All right, I'm going to check on one thing. I'll be right back. This should be all the decals that we need for the time being on these vehicles. I'll be right back in a second. Okay, so where to next? Well, let's move the Shermans out of the way. And the Stewarts. Now, these star decals on these look like shit, to be honest with you. Hopefully I can cover them up okay, but they look pretty trash. Is there a place to hold on to this while I'm painting it? I think so. I think I might be able to pull off, say, this right here. Attach it to, say, that point, and at least put this in a way that I'm not touching it while I'm painting the wheels. So we're going to go ahead and paint the wheels on this thing and put any numbering on them that we need to. So let's start off by, let's see, is there anywhere else I can grab it from? Probably not. Let's see. What if I did this? Yeah, this is okay. We can get some of it this way. All right. No need to use the wet palette. I'm just going to use a little card. Compliments of Wyndham. All right, let's get the old black out. We're gonna need Flow-Aid. Really need Flow-Aid on tires. Makes life so much easier. And a brush that we have confidence in. But not one that's so nice. Say this one. Yeah, that one's okay. All right. Please return car to the front desk when you check out. Sorry, I'm not listening. Turning in, see you later. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Have a good night. All right. This is tricky. Let's make sure we know what's part of the wheel well and what isn't. Not part of the wheel well, but part of the hubcap. Okay, it has a big ass hubcap. Really, really big. Really, really big. Let's make sure we don't paint any of that over with black. Okay, so that final little detail there is not black. All right, that's why I wanted to look it up. probably be really imprecise with this, and it wouldn't make that much of a difference. Because it's going to get weather on top of it, but it's the thought that counts. And let's go ahead and do the 50 cal and the 30 cal for that matter. Okay. And the M20, I think we can grab it. Nope, no we can't. Not from there, we can't. It'll end up looking just fine by the time I'm done with it. Although it's definitely a very lackluster model. Lackluster miniature. we didn't get any black there. I'm going to go ahead and just cover it just to make sure that we don't have some shiny spot. Standing out at the wrong time. And the 50 cal. My deuce. It's already painted black, but in the dry brushing process, sometimes this stuff gets inadvertently dry brushed on top of. Do something that I have not done yet on any of the vehicles, and I'm not going to paint the road wheels on here. They're very, very small, and these guys are going to have a significant amount of weathering, and I don't think it's going to even be noticeable. I don't think it's even going to be noticeable. I am going to paint. There's a shovel here. I'm going to paint the metal parts of there. Any tools or anything back there? There's another shovel over here. This is a here's the hammer. You a fan of model color Vallejo? I am. So what happened is, I always had a lot of paints, but about 2002, I realized I wasn't going to use any of my 1/2400 scale ships. They were burning a hole in my pocket. So I sold them on eBay. That took forever listing them. I had almost 500. Some of them finished, some of them unfinished, unbuilt, and some of them half built. And sold them all on eBay. And I took the money that I did on that and bought Vallejo paints. Bought basically their entire line. Because I discovered, and I'm like, these are really cool with the eyedropper. You know, the way I paint, I use very little paint. And still end up wasting most of it, but I use very little paint. That's the intention. Like, the only way I'm going to buy more paint is to reinvest the stuff back into the hobby, which is what I did. Otherwise, this is ridiculous to have this amount of paint. What happened, that was about 2002, 2003, just about the time that I started getting into DVA. And basically all those colors that I haven't used, I've either gone through them because I've used them all up, or they're still alive. All the other paints that I would have had, they would have probably died on me already. So it ended up being a good investment, but that's the only way I justify making that much of an investment. Because it is, you know, even at $3 or $4 a pop, it's a lot of dough just sitting there. So I was a fan of them because they were the first ones to come on the scene with the eyedropper thing. Since then, there's lots of people that have copied that idea or have similar ideas. So for airbrushing, I like AK. But for, because I don't have to thin them. But, you know, Vallejo works fine for airbrushing as well. But it's mainly the eyedropper. It's the whole eyedropper situation. You know, lots of people have it now, but I don't know whether they were the pioneers of it. I know the guy that runs AK, I think, used to work for Vallejo, so he probably, you know, took that idea from him. You know, that makes sense. So, all right, folks. Well, I'm going to go ahead and stop for the day, probably. We got a lot of stuff done today, and a lot of stuff that took time. So, over 4.5 hours. So this is a long one. So, Okay, folks, well, thanks for stopping by, hanging out with me, and we'll see you guys later on in the week on the next one. Have a good night, folks.